All right. Good morning. This morning we're starting the stream by making coffee while drinking coffee. Am I live? There we go. Good morning, Blood Moon. Good morning, Nate. How you doing? Good to see you guys. All righty. What's up, Oblivion? Good to see you. Elmanian, how are you? Sorry, guys. I'm like watching the stream. I'm watching the chat on stream through my stream. Oblivious came over to YouTube too. Nice. Good to see you guys. All right, let's see. Cup. Forgot my cup. Forgot my cup in the office. We're going to do a little bit of Rust coding this morning. Can never remember which way is open, which way is closed. Steven, rocking the dad outfit and energy? Yes, Noku, I am rocking the dad outfit and energy. That's what I do, man. I'm a dad. It permeates all things in your life. You become a dad, and that's pretty much the end of whoever you were before that. But in a good way, not in like a bad way, but like in a good way. It's more like a Pokemon evolving, you know? Dad joke stream? Oh, I don't know. I'll have to practice. I'm rusty. Cool setup. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing fancy about it. It's really just there's like in our basement. There's basically like 2 islands, and we don't really use our basement for anything. And so I moved some coffee stuff down here during December when we were doing Advent of Code, and a couple people on stream were like, "We kind of like the coffee cam. You should bring it back." So I brought it back. Make a Rust app that gives uses AI to give you dad joke on command. That could be a thing. Uh-oh, I think the stream just froze. The stream die? Or maybe it just froze on my end. Oh no. Oh no, it's still alive. It's still alive. It lives. Morning, Danny. Hello. Yeah, it was Danny. Danny was the one who lobbied for the coffee cam. And who was I to tell him no? You know, who was I to say, no, you cannot have the coffee cam? You are indeed on time. I begged. We need more coffee cam? Yeah. This is it, man. This is going to be the coffee cam. Oh my goodness, that probably wasn't safe. Just had your cup? Nice. This is, well, I am drinking coffee while also making coffee. So it was that kind of a morning, or it felt like that kind of a morning. Yeah, Imani, and you need to get your coffee, man. Get your coffee, bro. I actually need to pull up Twitch on this iPad next to YouTube so I can see the Twitch chat. But I don't think I have Twitch installed on this iPad. Probably not going to get this set up today, but this way I can remember for next time. Hello, 199. Hello, Ulas. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you guys doing? Good to see y'all. Another day, another Django day. Nice. It is another day. I think the better you can get at relishing another day, right? The more contentment and the more happiness you can find in your day to day, I think the better your life's going to be. Because that's, for better or for worse, that's what your life is, you know? It's not vacations, it's not fancy trips, it's not, you know, it's not constant novelty every day. Your life is the routines, right? It's the habits. It's the thing you do every day. Hey, Ulas, become a member. I love it. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. I thought you were a member, but I guess maybe you had like a gifted member and it expired or something. But thank you so much, man. That's super, super kind of you. It's 90 hours straight of debugging. Whoo, boy. Yeah, I don't know if I do I think my lesson I've learned is don't do 90 hours straight of anything. If anything, Advent of Code this year reminded me that oftentimes I stick with problems too long, and I need to actually step away from those problems sooner. Like, not give up. You know, I'm not saying like give up on the problem, but step away and take a break, because oftentimes offloading things to my subconscious is the like unlock that I needed to figure it out. I changed my card so payment declined. Damn it. Well, if there was some way I could reset your level or your membership count to like back to whatever it was, I would. I don't know how to do that. All right. Let's see. It's time to go to the desk. 2 cups of coffee. To the office. We're back. Hello, hello. We're back. Testing. My mic's a little hot. Sorry about that. One sec. Test, test. It's still hot. Testing, testing. 1, 2, there you go. That's better. Good day, Miss Misha Real. I think is how you say your name. Sorry if I'm messing up your name. Good morning, good morning. Hello, Amanian. That was a fast travel. It was a fast travel. We're defying the laws of physics. Just teleporting from one place to the next. My son was making a YouTube video yesterday. He likes to come down to my computer and pretend to make YouTube videos. So like my stuff was all like not set up correctly this morning. All right. Hello, Anub. Long time no see, man. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. What are you doing? Today we're going to be doing more Rustlings, I think. I think we're going to start with Rustlings, and then I think we might take some time and work on that Notepad application that I've been building. I think that's the plan for today. Noku, my super bad habit is I literally program the entire night. So if I haven't solved a bug, I both feel dissatisfied. I also don't sleep because my subconscious stays literally active. I feel you there, Noku. It's hard for me to put things down. Rushkesh, best language for hacking? I honestly don't know, man. I'm not a hacker. If I had to imagine, it's probably something like Python and C, some combination of some low-level language and some easy-to-use utility language like Python. Maybe something for shell scripting too, like Bash or PowerShell if you're targeting Windows machines. I didn't know you had a Discord server until I saw the link when I looked in chat after stream yesterday. Yeah, I do. Yep. If you go to Discord, actually, I can put it in the chat for you guys. If you don't know, I do have a Discord server. Discord. It's discord.stephenfreeborn.com. And you all are welcome to join. I guess I should probably see if I have any members in there. Waiting. Oh, we do. We have one new member. Max G. You're in, man. You're in. Ooh, I just saw Livy leaked or Oblivious linked me a YouTube short. I need to watch that. It's C or Python. There you go. Orcadev. Orcadev's on it. C or Python. That's what I figured. Probably you want something that's utility enough and easy to use to hack together simple solutions, but then you also want to be able to do some low-level memory management. Thank you for using my emojis, man. I appreciate that. Also, thank you very much for being a member. It's very kind of you. All right. Enough chatting, I guess, and to the Rustlings. To the Rustlings. Here we go. It's a little large. It's a little aggressive. CD Rustlings. And I guess we do Rust, or actually, hold on. This should be my NeoVim window. Oh, also, I figured out how yesterday to use Clippy instead of cargo check. I did some Googling, so I know how to do that now. Let's do Rustlings. Edit NeoVim config. Oh, actually, hold on. I think I have some changes that I haven't pushed up. Go to envim config. Add key. Then we need to cd back to Rustlings and edit NeoVim config. And so the way we do this is we have to go into our LSP. We're going to drop down to where the Rust analyzer is. And there is a setting. I think it's called, now I need to look it up again. I think it's called something like check command. Let's see, Rust analyzer NeoVim settings. Yeah, here we go. Rust analyzer. And we're going to say check equals command equals Clippy. I think that's all I need to do there. Wonder why this is disabled. I also don't know why. Let's see. I honestly don't know what this does, but I saw this in a lot of configurations that I looked at yesterday. Watcher was set to server. I'm not sure exactly why, but I'm going to try this. Enough chatting, make more coffee. 2 cups isn't enough for 4 a.m. on a Sunday. Coffee, coffee. Hey man, keep up the good streaming and consistency. Thank you, Andre. I appreciate that. I have been very consistent. I think last time we looked at my stats on YouTube, I don't think I've missed a stream in like 100 and something days, which I hate to brag about it because honestly, it's very easy to be consistent with streaming when it's the very first thing you do every day and it's super fucking early in the morning. You know? Like there's no other priorities that are competing for it. Let's see. How do I go to my content? Live. Yeah, and then we go to last 365 days. This chart's almost impossible to see. So I think the last time I missed a stream was September. 26th, 25th, 24th. Oh, wow. I guess I've been more consistent than I even thought. 28 since December 28th. So what is that? Today to September, or sorry, days between September. Oops. I know you guys probably don't care about this, but I kind of care about it. September 28th to today. 112 days. That's pretty consistent. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm proud of that number. Keep that streak alive. Shudo, hey, if there was a credit card and PIN that you didn't want hackers to obtain, what would it be? Just a fun random question for the stream? What would it be? You want me to say the credit card number and the PIN out loud, or you're asking me like how would I keep somebody from hacking it? I don't know, man. That'd be hard. I think if a really determined hacker makes you a target, it's probably going to be quite a lift to avoid them hacking your shit. Rupper? I don't know what you're saying, Rupper. Sock Pasta Rock. Getting out of bed is the first thing in my morning, and I still struggle with it. You're doing good. Well, thanks, Sock Pasta Rock. Appreciate it. It's competing with getting more sleep. Well, it is competing with that, but I go to bed at a decent time, so it's okay. Max, whenever I join a Discord server and I see no roles and it's just everyone all together and just gray, it confuses me because I'm used to Minecraft server Discord servers with all the different colors for roles and everything. Yeah, I'm a 32-year-old dad of two, Max. I'm pretty new to the whole Discord thing. I didn't have a Discord until this year, and I've never ran a Discord server before. My chat was the one who wanted to get a Discord server. So I don't have any I don't even think the server is a community server. It's just a standard free whatever server that you stand up with your friends. Good morning, sweetheart. Good to see you. Shoot, you've been really consistent and working on a nice variety of projects and lengths. Yeah, I've been all over the place, honestly, with the languages. I want to get back going into the rest of 2026. I want to get back to focusing on one big project and making significant progress on that project, and we'll probably do that once we get done with this Rust side quest. I was just making a joke. I noticed someone mentioned cybersecurity. Oh, yeah, you're trying to trick someone into saying credit card and PIN out loud? That would not be good. I don't remember. We're on Structs. We're learning about Structs. So just to set the expectation, I think we're going to do a little bit of this today. We're going to do a little bit more Rustlings today, but at some point I'm going to switch over and actually try to work on my app for a little bit, because it's been a minute since I've done anything with it. All right, so what are we trying to do here? Add fields that the test tuple structs expects. So it looks like add fields that the test regular struct expects. What type should the fields have? What are the min and maximum values for RGB colors? Okay. So we are going to add some fields here. We need red. Oh, Copilot, stop. We need red. We need an unsigned integer of 8 bits because we only have to go up to 255. And we can do the same thing here. We can do, oops. We can do green. Same thing. And we can do blue. And it's slow. Feels slow. And then we have to do the same thing for color. So we'll go down here, we'll say give me a color regular struct, and it is going to have a red value of 0, a green value of 255, and a blue value of 0. But I think actually I can get away with doing blue and red, right? Because those are just 0. Oh no, I have to specify those, okay. And then whoops. Here we will do a tuple struct. I actually don't think I've ever made a tuple struct. That's a new one for me. Let's see, unit is going to be unit struct. So how do I instantiate a tuple struct? I guess these are just these don't have names, I guess, right? Is what I'm taking away from this. You basically have zero to 20, so you just do something like U8, U8, U8. And then you come down here and you say something like tuple struct, and then you just pass zero, 255, 0. Oh, that's nice. Although I don't think I like the fact that you can't name them. Let's see if you can. Let's do a quick Google search. See if we can actually name those things. My stuff reloaded gave me like 8 ads, so now I'll say what I was gonna say. 32, that's nearly double my age. Anyway, now you'll feel old. Enjoy, huh? Yeah, I am old for the YouTubes, you know? Although I always say Casey Neistat, who was kind of the king of YouTube there for a little while, he was like 34 when he started his daily vlog, so maybe I'm just getting started. Maybe my YouTube career is just kicking off. But yeah, I'm a 32-year-old dad of 2. Let's see, can you name fields in a tuple struct in Rust? Yeah, okay. No, I guess that probably defeats the purpose of what you're trying to do. That's fine. And we passed. On to the next one, as they say. Bob Knoll, did you ban Rooper? Looks like auto-moderated messages still show up on screen. Might want to see if there's a setting to prevent that. No, I don't think I banned him. I actually don't see anything on. I see his messages, but I don't see any auto moderation messages on my end. Hello, Bradley. Good to see you. It's been a minute, man. Hope you're doing well. For web application testing, Golang is the best, but for low-level hacking, Rust or C would be better. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not much of a hacker myself. Alright. So we have an order, and we look like we have a constructor function here. And what are our tests wanting us to do? Create your own order using update syntax in the template above. Okay. And it basically wants us to set the name to hacker in Rust. Okay. Speaking of hacker, so we just need to say your order, and I don't think I know what update syntax is referring to. So let's see if we can figure out what that's referring to. Update. You can do this by using struct update syntax. We show how to create a new user in the regular way without the update syntax. We set a new value for email, but otherwise use the same values from user 1 that we created in listing 5.2. Okay, using struct update syntax, we can achieve the same effect with less code. The syntax ... specifies that the remaining fields not explicitly set should have the same value as the fields in the given instance. Ah, yes. This is what I've been calling the spread operator, but I guess they don't call it that here. They call this the update syntax. So we want to create a new order, and we want to set the name field to a string from hacker in Rust, and then we want to spread the template order. Like this. Did we pass? Hold on. It failed. Hacker in Rust versus... Oh, I didn't spell it right. Hacker. Alright, and then we're going to say print line. We done it again. Left equals right. Test your order. Left 0, right 1. Oh. Count. Yeah, we did it. On to the next one. Rupert's messages showed up on screen, but not in chat. He was sneaking in offensive messages with Unicode characters. Oh, really? Is that what he was doing? What do those Unicode characters mean? Thank you for giving me a heads up, Bob. I can definitely take a look at that. I mean, I guess that's the risk I take from showing chat on screen, right? Because somehow that snuck past my bad word filter. Oh, yep. Okay, I see, Bob. I see exactly what it... Yep, I saw exactly what that is. Ban user. Ban him. Apologies, chat, that made it up on the screen. I didn't even notice it. Thank you, Bob, for calling that out. Bradley, I deeply regret not writing a doc summary of where/what I was up to in my work before the holidays. Took me 2 days to find my feet / context, lesson learned. Yeah, it's always hard to spin back up after the holidays. Maxie, by the way, I've had to help people around my age set up stream stream cord alerts and one 42-year-old. But yeah, you may be old, but it's worse to not be good with technology. I think being good with technology is just a lot of practice, right? You just have to be new you. What's up? Thank you for coming into the chat. Appreciate you. He was saying inward via Unicode characters. Thank you very much, Sock Pasta Rock, for pointing that out. I didn't understand what was happening. I was oblivious. I just saw characters. I did not know what they meant. And then I stared at it longer, and I was like, oh, okay, now I see. So apologies, chat. Sweetheart, what job do you do? Like now you do YouTube other than that? Oh no, I don't make a living from YouTube. No living made from YouTube at all. I actually work as a quality engineer. So I work for a company that makes a SaaS product. And my job is to do manual and automated testing for the SaaS product that we make. If you're familiar with like ServiceNow or Salesforce, that would sort of be where like we're like a no-code, low-code business process automation platform, but we specifically focus on the GRC space. And if that's unfamiliar to you, that would be governance, risk, and compliance. I'll also put my LinkedIn in the chat for you there, Sweetcar, if you want to connect with me over there, or you just want to do a little bit of LinkedIn creeping. Everyone's always welcome. I'm pretty much an open book on that stuff. Obviously, nothing I do here has anything to do with that job over there. So obviously, all disclaimers, insert all disclaimers here. But that's, yeah, I'm a pretty open book on my career. GitHub? Yeah, you can follow me on GitHub. I'll flick you a link, a connect on LinkedIn. Thank you, Bradley. That's very nice of you. Yeah, it's always nice to expand your network. Probably shouldn't put that over there. That's annoying. All right, here we go. All right, what are we trying to do here? Okay, struct contains data, but you can also have logic. In this exercise, we have defined the package struct, and we want to test some logic attached to it. This isn't how we should handle errors in Rust, but we will learn about error handling later. So it looks like we have a package which has a new function, and it checks to see if the weight is a particular amount. And if it's below a certain threshold, we're going to panic. Otherwise, we're going to return a new package. And then we also have an is international. Read the tests that use this method to find out when a package is considered international. And then add the correct return type to the function signature. Okay. And what do our tests say? So fail, creating weightless package. And then we have a create international package. So it looks like it basically, if the sender country and the recipient country are different, then it's international. And then we have a create local package. So this I would expect to mean that they're the same country. Yep, they're the same country. And then calculate transport fees. Let's see, package new, get fees. So I guess cents per gram. So it expects you to new up a package with the weights in gram. So then the fees are just cents per gram times the weight. So let's remove those comments. And then we'll do add correct return type. So correct return type is going to be bool, right? And then we're going to need to check and see basically self.sender country equals self.recipient country. Okay, now the only thing that's failing is our sense test. So we have to do, here we will do an unsigned 32-bit integer. And the only thing we're going to do here is we're just going to take self.weight in grams times the cents per gram. And then we'll just see if that passes. Let's see, that did not pass. Create international package failed. Create local package failed. So why do we think these are failing, right? It must have something to do with how I'm comparing these. I think my logic is wrong here. So if country, so it's basically saying, is it international? And what I'm asking with this statement is it local? So what I actually want to say is this, I think. There we go. And let's add a print statement here. And we'll say print line. Rust be rustin'. Oh boy. Oh boy. There's a lot going on here. Now we're going on to enums. Is international, should be not. Yes, you were onto it, man. You knew it. Also, long time no see, tired of. Good to see you. Where am I? Hi, how are you doing? How do you like Rust so far? And what do you think of its component style programming rather than C#'s OOP hierarchy style? It's definitely different than C#. Rust actually feels rather familiar to me since I was working with Go for about a month and a half or 2 months right before we started learning Rust. So the whole idea of like defining structs and then associating methods to those structs. There's some familiarity in the syntax, I feel like, between Rust and Go a little bit. So it doesn't feel terribly foreign. It's definitely foreign to C#, though, if you're coming straight from C# to Rust. What the thing about Rust that's the most confusing or the most foreign is the ownership concept. But after yesterday, I feel like I have a much better handle on it than I did in the preceding 10 days or whatever it is that we've been learning Rust. What else do I want to say? I'm not sure if I understand your definition of component style programming. That's kind of a new term for me. It seems like Rust leans very heavily towards kind of like Go. It seems like it leans towards that kind of procedural or functional style of language, although they use this idea of traits pretty heavily, and traits to me seem like interfaces, which seems more like an object-oriented thing. So it seems like kind of a mix mash of a bunch of different ideas. Like they tried to take the best ideas from a bunch of different paradigms and use them the best they could. Bradley, how did the landing page that you were working on come together in the end? Oh, you're talking about the coffee. I think you're talking about the coffee webpage, Bradley. I can't remember exactly which one you're talking about. We built two things with Go. We built this, which is like a links page. And then the other thing I built kind of in the same style, but for coffee dominations, is called Grounds for Support. And this one talks just the Stripe API. And it actually, Bob's been using it to trigger text-to-speech messages. So you can actually
buy me a coffee here, and whatever message you put here will get read over text to speech. So it came together. The strike portion of it was a lot of fun to learn, but the best part about it has been the text to speech aspect of it, which wasn't even my idea. That was chat's idea. But yeah, it can't. Oh, sorry, you can't see. Sorry, man. I realize you guys can't see. Sorry, Bradley. So this was the links page. This is where we ended up, and I've been using it. I've been keeping my links up to date and stuff on it, which has been good. And then we also built this grounds for support. And so you can see it's basically just it's like a very simple buy me a coffee website, but it, like I said, it's hooked up to my stream. So whenever someone donates, it'll actually read their message out loud, which is pretty cool. Both of them were a lot of fun to build, for sure. Hi, do you write in C# anymore? I do, Winterwind. Yeah, I actually streamed last night, building something in C#. Lately, though, we've been kind of on a few side quests. We went on a Go side quest for like 2 months roughly, and then now we're on a little bit of a Rust side quest to start out 2026. But the majority of this year, I'm definitely going to be writing C# on stream because I've got two to three larger, sizable projects that I'd like to accomplish, and my plan is to write those in C#. Where am I? Yeah, the borrow checker. Yes, the borrow checker. Fighting the borrow checker is quite an experience. How is your coffee still not empty, dude? I usually just sip it all in one go, no matter how hot it is, due to my addiction to coffee. Well, I chugged my first cup of coffee, so this cup of coffee is empty. But the other cup is, yeah, the other cup is still has stuff in it. Rate programming languages, rate programming languages, rate programming. What, you guys want to do a tier list on programming languages now? I mean, we can do that if you want. Components is usually used with games. It's struck with data. Oh, I guess I've always thought of that as functional programming. I have a bot I run for a streamer I mod for that is called the High Priest. On Twitch, it has some commands and also sees the viewer advertisement bots and commands and also sees the viewer advertisement bots and times them out for spam. And then on the Discord side, it just does some mod action logging, also has some mod applications, probably my longest running project. I have started it halfway through 2024, fully in Python. That sounds like a great project, Max. Sounds like a lot of fun. I built a Discord bot in 2024 too. And it was a ton of fun. I haven't used it. I haven't leveraged my Discord bot for a lot of like usefulness beyond. My Discord bot basically does two things right now. It posts a message whenever I go live, and it welcomes new members of my Discord, and that's about it. But I'd like to do some more stuff with it. I just haven't got around to it. Bradley, yeah, the links one, good stuff. Yeah, it turned out good. Turned out good. Aerobic, why not do an Arduino side quest? So I'm not going to do anything with Arduino. Actually, I don't know, honestly. I am going to. I don't know if you guys have heard of Mark Rober. Mark Rober just released. It's called Hacker Pack, I think. I am gonna buy this though, and I'm gonna use this subscription this year. I don't know if I'll do it on stream. I might do it with my kids. I haven't decided yet, but I definitely want to get it. It's basically like a hardware, software thing, and I think it might be fun to do. Like, look at that. You can build an infrared turret. Doesn't that look cool? What else? There's some other stuff. A laser synthesizer. An Omnibot forklift. I mean, look how cool that stuff looks. So I think I am going to get this. So I might do some of it on stream. It just depends on if my kids want to be involved. If my kids want to do it, then I won't do it on stream. But if my kids don't really have any interest or don't show much of an interest, then I'll do some of this on stream. But that's my hardware side quest that I have planned. Tired of. Hello, Sean. Good to see you, Sean. Sorry, I fell behind on chat, man. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you too. What Rust exercises are you doing? Where did you find them? This is called Rustlings. Yeah, this stuff right here is Rustlings, and I found that if you just Google, well, Chat was the one who hooked me up with it, but if you Google Rustlings, it should be the first thing that shows up on Google, but it's rustlings.rustling.org. And it's in the description of my stream, but I can also post it here. Who was that asked? At tired of. Here is the Rust exercises. So far I like it. It's very similar. It feels very similar to kind of what we did with C#, or not C#, Learn Go with test. Feels very similar to that. Let's see, it's used as part of ECS, entity component systems, where entity is an ID and components are the data, system are the functions and logic used on them. Interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of a programming paradigm described like that. So that's new to me. What are your thoughts about Golang compared to C# or Rust? I like Golang. Yeah, I think I like Golang right now more than Rust, but obviously that could change. Sean Dev, hey Steven, we started Rust about a day apart. You are building stuff and I'm just learning data types and syntax first. Like how? Is it the experience with other language helping in Rust too? Yeah, I think the more programming languages you learn, the easier it is to pick up new ones, probably. Because a lot of the like higher level concepts are pretty much the same. The only thing that differs is like their implementation, right? Like what's an interface? Well, in Rust it's a trait. In Go it's an interface. In C# it's an interface. But what are they? They're just contracts, right? They're basically saying, I guarantee that this thing implements this method, right? So the stuff like that makes it easier, I think, to understand what languages are doing. Thanks, Arwar Studios. Appreciate you stopping by, man. I like the mod application stuff. I did uses a modal, limited to 5 questions per modal though, but if I need more, I'll just make it open a channel like a ticket bot would. Nice, dude. Have you used any AI tools? If so, what do you think of it and its outputs? Oh yeah, I've used AI tools quite a bit. And I actually was part of the team at work for the last like 24 months or so that did our AI implementation in our software. So I've been using AI a lot, both to build with and as part of my personal workflow. I think AI is exceptionally good at making you productive. It almost makes you feel like you have superpowers. But I've had a pretty big mind shift in the last 2 weeks or so. I've never been much of an agentic AI person. Like I've never done much like agentic development, but I've been using Copilot in my editor quite extensively. But I kind of had like a crisis, a come to Jesus moment like 2 or 3 weeks ago, where I basically was like, I think that AI is making me a worse engineer. And so I've kind of sworn it off in helping me author code. I still use it to ask questions and explain things to me, but I no longer am using it to write code. And the reason for that is the more I used it, whenever I turned it off, I had this feeling that things that were once easy for me to do were now hard for me to do, and I didn't like that. Bob Knoll, how much do you think Rover makes off YouTube? Oh, millions of dollars. Easy millions of dollars. I bet Social Blade has an estimate. I mean, Social Blade's estimates are wildly all over the place, but I bet it's in the millions. I'm guessing though it doesn't. I'm guessing it pales in comparison to what he makes from his companies. So he's there. This is estimating yearly earnings between 1.4 and 23 million dollars, and I'll bet his companies gross easily $10 million or more, if I had to guess. So his YouTube is probably like his research and development fund. You know, that or he just uses it to invest back into making more videos, if I had to guess. But I love Mark Rober, and my kids love him, and I think he's such a good role model, and he actually helps people get excited about STEM, and he helps people get excited about being scientists. He makes it cool to be an engineer. He makes it cool to be a scientist, which is what we want. We want kids to think of scientists and engineers the same way they think of professional athletes, and we need more science and engineering people who do that. So I love him as a creator for that reason. Good morning, Stu. Good to see you. Artwork Stu is wow. I come and go so spontaneously. Yeah, you and Suhas both just kind of like enter the stream, say hi, then tell us you're leaving, and then come back like 2 minutes later. Tired of things. Of course, yeah, man. Sorry, guys. I fell behind in chat. I'm sorry if it feels like there's such a big delay. Is there any super advanced C# course you would recommend doing C# for 4 years? Winterwind, if I was to tell you to go and learn more advanced C#, I think the best place right now for C# education is DomTrain. I'm guessing you've probably heard of it before, but I think this is they have the highest quality C# courses, I think, at the moment, and the most advanced and in-depth. So this is where I would go if it was me. It's expensive. I'm not going to lie. It's expensive. But if you're wanting to get better in your craft, then probably spending $100 or more to do that, it's probably, especially if you're already working, is probably not that big a deal. domtrain.com. Danny, AI made me lazy as fuck. Yeah, I think it will. I think AI will. And not because AI is bad, it's just as humans, we'll always take the path of least resistance. And I think AI makes it way, way, way too easy to just not think and not actually retain what you're doing, right? I think that's why AI is so what's the word? Not dangerous, but I think that's why AI is so sneaky, because it makes you think you're doing it, and it makes you think you're really fucking smart and you're really fucking capable. And then when somebody turns your LLM off, you're like, wait a minute, how do you write a for loop? And to me, that's just a shitty feeling. So I've just taken the stance of like, I'm not going to use it to author code, but I am going to use it to try to make myself a better engineer and a developer, just not actually do the implementation for me. Max, AI is a good tool until people use it to generate full things instead of to assist, and then it ends up that they use it as a crutch and then forget how to do stuff themselves. Yeah, and it's not that you necessarily forget it completely, because I know there's probably somebody that's going to take what I said and just run with it. It's not that you forget AI completely, it's that you're slower to recall stuff and things feel harder. Like, why does writing a method feel hard? Why does defining a class feel hard? Why am I pausing? Why do I have this deep urge to go ask somebody else how to do this, right? And those are the habits that I just am not comfortable with exchanging for productivity at the moment. Ilmanian, I'm back. So what are we talking about? I'm just reading chat and answering questions and rambling about stuff. AI has made the most dangerous people even more dangerous. Yeah, it definitely will amplify any amount of Dunning-Kruger that's happening. It will definitely amplify it. Sweetcard, do you know about TempleOS made by Terry Davis? Yes, I do know about it. I don't think probably as highly of it as a lot of the developer community does. I think it's very cool what he did, but I think him as a person and as a developer, I'm not sure he's somebody we should be as a community lionizing. Just based on like his personal history and his personal story and how his life ended up. I think that's really cool what he did, but the fact that his life played out the way it did, I don't think is anything to aspire to. I know he struggled with mental health, but I just don't know if he's the right person we should be lionizing. Winterwind already finished everything on DomTrain. Thanks anyway. Holy shit, you've done everything on DomTrain? Holy moly, dude. Part of me wants to call bullshit on that because there's a shit ton of courses on there, but obviously you've had 4 years of doing C#, so I guess it's entirely possible. I would like to know, do you have a favorite course? Because the one that I would like to try is I'd like to try their testing courses. Like they have one that's testing with XUnit in .NET that I'd like to try. They also have a C# source generators course that I'd like to try. Seeing people nuking their Linux system because they're blind copy pasting bash commands and scripts in the terminal. Ooh, that's scary. Yeah. Crew. Good day, Stephen in chat. Good day to you too, crew. Top of the morning to you. Danny, I think if we continue this way, future generations might be completely dumb. I mean, our brain need to work, otherwise it will become dull. Yeah, I guess that's probably my biggest. I made a video about this on my YouTube channel. It's for members. I understand not everyone's going to pay to. I've been trying to make more premium content for members, and but I did write a blog post about it too. So if you want to go read my thoughts about this, I wrote a blog post about this, and I turned it into a video on YouTube. If that's more your thing. But that's actually my biggest concern is the I called it de-skilling, or basically creating a generation of pilots that only know how to work with autopilot. And I think that's the biggest thing that we're overlooking as a community right now, or as a profession, is what do you do when you have, developers who have been working for 5 years but have spent that entire 5 years using Claude Code to build everything. I think at the end of those 5 years, that developer has a lot different capability than the developer who was grinding it out, writing code and doing implementation for 5 years. And I know somebody's going to say like, well, that's what the developer who didn't use an LSP said about the developers who did use LSPs. I understand all that. I get that. I know I'm kind of drawing an arbitrary line in the sand. I just, from my own personal experience, using an LSP is much different than using an LLM. Terry Davis is genius. He's just crazy. Yeah, I just, if he was, I guess my pushback on that, Ilmanian, is if Terry Davis was such a genius, why did his work not have the same impact, right, as people like Linus Torvald or people like Anders Heilsberg? Like, why have we lionized this person who, yeah, he made a bunch of videos and documented himself building this OS, but like, it didn't like revolutionize the industry. It didn't change modern compute. It did, so it's like, I understand appreciating what somebody did is hard, but lionizing somebody that really didn't have a significant contribution, and then kind of lived a very, what's the word? Not a terribly great life, right? I'm not sure he's the right person to hold up on a pedestal. And I guess I say that more as a dad, maybe, than I say that as a programmer. But there's some blend of that. Just doesn't sit quite 100% right with me. Max, I'm going to start using an old laptop to connect to my server to code, blocking access to anything not 109. Nice. Just raw dog in the code, huh? No internet, no Google, no LLM. Wager King's Terry, and I also hate Coding Jesus. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Coding Jesus. It seems like he's a very successful individual.
Did we just become best friends?
Very talented. Thank you very much for the follow. I try to code, and I like the username. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't hate Coding Jesus. I don't think me and Coding Jesus would probably maybe be the best of friends, but he's got his thing, and that's fine. He can do his thing. Fucking ads, bro. Yeah, that's what you get on Twitch, I hear, is lots of ads. About half an hour going to dip as I need to finish this chapter on Django. Go for it, man. Yeah, dip whenever you need to. I switched off AI completely in Zed, but I do use it while bug bounty hunting. Actually landed me $1,000 bounty on a notary platform. I hit their internal endpoints, and AI helped me craft requests. Nice, dude. Well, hey, man, you made some money. I like it. Excuse me. I didn't mean to burp in your ear. The problem with AI is that people idolize their careers and jobs, so no managers are willing to throw a keyboard at motivated people anymore. Yeah, I think the thing with AI that we all have to remember is we're basically running a big giant experiment right now, and we have yet to see the results of that experiment. And so I think there's going to be side effects to this AI usage that none of us ever intended or considered. If I had to guess what'll happen, this is my prediction, because this is kind of how all things go, is we've had this huge swing in the software engineering space towards pro AI, right? Pro AI, pro AI. A lot of it's being driven by content creators, marketers, right? And then what you're going to happen is because now if everyone starts sounding the same, right? Everyone starts sounding the same. AI, develop agentic development skills, learn how to use the tools, yada, yada, yada. You're eventually going to have this contrarian wave. And this happens in every industry, in every topic. It happened with CrossFit in the fitness industry. It happened with high intensity training in the fitness industry. It happened with carnivore. I saw this play out time and time again in fitness. I see it in a lot of places. I saw it in food science with everyone was low carb, then everyone was high protein, right? And so what you'll have is you'll have this huge popularity swing towards pro AI usage in a professional setting because it increases your productivity and yada, yada, yada. And then people will want to offer a counterpoint, right? So there'll be this contrarian voice that will rise up, and you'll start having people who were once pro AI swing back away from AI. And they'll say, oh, after using AI for a year and a half, now I no longer use it, or something like that, because they'll want to offer something that's of a different point of view. They just purely for that reason, which then will pick up headwind because those creators have influence in their communities, and then we'll see a swing away from LLM usage. And so that's, in 2022, everyone said using AI was cheating. Now in 2025, in 2026, you have to use AI or you're going to lose your job. And in 2030, people will be saying you shouldn't be dependent on LLMs, and you shouldn't be dependent on the providers of those LLMs, and you should know how to. It'll swing back the other way. This is just how these things go. It's life. Were you live yesterday? I was, yeah. I was live yesterday morning, and then I was live yesterday afternoon. There's a guy called T-Soding in YouTube. He's very, very good at low level. This guy's motivates to do deep level things. Well, that's awesome, Sukwar. I'm glad you found a channel that has you feeling motivated. I love that. Yep, give Claude Code your secrets, everyone. Bob, I don't hold Terry Davis up on a pedestal. It's more of sharing the tale. Did you hear the story of the man who built his own operating system he believed was designed by God? Yeah, it's kind of a crazy story. But I think a lot of people in the dev community don't offer it as a crazy story. They offer it more like Terry Davis was goated, is kind of how they offer it. And I'm not sure I agree with that. Ilmani, and man, I'm lucky not to get ad in Twitch. Let's go. No ads. I didn't even take a drink. I just held that up and then. All right, back to Rust. Yeah. Back to Rust. I caught up. Balancing chat is it's a skill, man. I don't know how people that have actually like hundreds of thousands of people watching it, I don't know how they keep up with their chat. I feel like I don't do a good job keeping up with you guys, and we're just like a group of 20 people. Define a few types of messages as used below. Okay. So we need resize, move, echo. And then we need change color and quit. No variant or associated item change color found. What? Yeah, there is. Okay, this must be some sort of trickiness with enums. Oh, that was just that was an artifact in the terminal. Whoops. I was like, why is that error message still showing up? Make a change. Yeah. Okay. Everyone's happy. Sir Van Goofy, good to see you. Thanks for using that emote, man. I appreciate it when people use my emotes. To be fair, Terry Davis never used public source control, let in maintainers, or wrote TC IP integration. Linus Torvalds essentially bullied his first wave of free open source devs. Yeah, I think Linus Torvalds still bullies people to this day. Just I think that's kind of his style of management, and he's very honest about that. I'm not sure if I would treat people the way Linus Torvalds treats people, but I've been reading the book. I've been reading this book called The Thinking Machine about NVIDIA. Thinking Machine. And it talks about how Jensen Huang is as a manager. And I guess Jensen Huang is a pretty... He's kind of like Steve Jobs in the way he treats people. Like, he will chew people out in front of other people, and he will give very critical feedback of other people in front of other people, and yell and go on kind of tirades. And as I've been reading this book, I keep thinking to myself, why do these human beings always end up being successful? And why do these human beings always end up being lionized? But they're not the greatest. They don't treat people the best. Can we just have a successful person who's a good, decent human being who doesn't feel the need to make others small? I mean, I'm not saying Jensen Huang's not a good person. I'm just saying, why do the successful folks that we idolize in business, why can't they be nice, kind managers? Do you follow up the Rustlings exercise by actually reading a Rust book? That's how the exercises are meant to be used, supposedly. Yeah, that's kind of how it is. So I haven't been, because I've read the Rust book, most of it, twice before, because I've tried to learn Python twice before, and I basically have stalled out. So what I've been doing is basically I'll do the Rustlings exercise, and if I can go through the exercise and understand how to fix the problem, I'll do that. And if I feel like there's something I don't understand, or there's something that is confusing to me, then I will go to the book and I'll read the book. But if I can grok the code, I grok the code, I solve the exercise, and I move on to the next one. But you guys are welcome to follow whatever learning path you'd like to follow. For the answer, read the book The Psychopath Test. Okay. I'm going to add that to my reading list. Maybe they're too focused on their work and they just turn into assholes, because that happens when you work a lot. Yeah, maybe. I just feel like, can we find some really successful business folk who are nice and treat people decently well? And can we celebrate those people? Good morning, Mark. Good to see you. It's my day off today. I'm resting for now. Wow, you work on... So you only get Sundays off, Mark? Or what's your schedule? You're kind of making me feel like I'm a spoiled little brat, because I get Saturday and Sunday off. Ilmani, and Mr. Beast is nice, I think. He seems... I don't know enough about him to make an opinion. To form an opinion, beyond the fact that he seems to be very, very good at YouTube. He seems to be very, very good at making viral content. Mark, yes. Oh wow, you only get Sunday off. What kind of job do you do, Mark? Do you mind talking about it? So you work 6 days a week, huh? Is it 6/8s, 6/12s? Is it hourly work? Is it salary work? Aerobic. He had lots of controversy with his employees. Are you talking about Mr. Beast? Yeah, I heard there was some complaints about some of the stuff that was going on around his YouTube productions. Yeah, I did hear that. Kirk, do you know how much Hobby Lobby makes per year? I do not. How much do they make? Also, I don't understand the relationship between anything that we were talking about in Hobby Lobby. Hobby Lobby annual revenue. Hobby Lobby's annual revenue reached approximately $8 billion in 2024. What they gross or what they net, I have no idea though. Let's see, Hobby Lobby net profits. Net profit margin around 3%. So what's 3% of 8 billion? What is 3% of 8 billion? 240 million is what they net, roughly, according to Google. 3% sounds like such a shitty profit margin, doesn't it? Oh my goodness, all the work you have to do just for 3%. Kirk, now look up the owner of Hobby Lobby. I'm gonna do some of this off stream because I don't know where you're leading me. Owner of Hobby Lobby. David Green. See, David Green is an American businessman and the founder of Hobby Lobby, a chain of arts and crafts store. He's a major financial supporter of evangelical organizations in the United States and founded the Museum of Bible in Washington, D.C. I knew that Hobby Lobby had an evangelical background as a business, but I don't know anything about their founders. This guy's from Emporia, actually. Oh, wow. So Emporia is pretty close to me, where I'm at now. I've played baseball there. I played baseball there once or twice growing up. I guess what I'm taking away, Kirk, is you think that the owner or the founder of Hobby Lobby is a decent human being, is what you're saying. He's an extremely successful billionaire. So are you saying he's an extremely successful billionaire who is like a decent human being, kind of like somebody that should be recognized as being a positive person in the business community? Is that what you're saying? To all of you, if you think you're having bad times in life, remember someone wishing they had your current state in life. Yeah, couldn't agree with you there, Mark. It can always get much, much worse. What, a 23-year-old YouTuber is an amazing employer? What? What? Let's see, yeah, I got a corporate job. I'm a web dev and earning $202 per month, 12K in my currency. Oh, okay, nice. I don't know if that's a lot or not a lot in where you live, but I think that's awesome that you have a job as a web dev. Let's go. How does people get job, handle everything as a student? It's like I won't be able to make a good life. Seeing myself getting a degree that won't kind of matter with all the work shit. I'm able to balance a life around a job. I think it's doable. Aerobic guys, are tech meetups helpful? I haven't done them before. Do they benefit in any way? I've loved every meetup I've gone to. There's a Kansas City.net user group meetup that was been a lot of fun to go to. There's a DevOps
Welcome to the
user
party,
group.
pal.
Hey Max, thanks for being a sub, dude. That's way too generous, first off, but thank you very much. Yeah, I've had a ton of fun at all the meetups I've gone to, and I've met some really cool people that I didn't even know were based near me. So I would encourage you to extend your in-person network with meetups. I think meetups are good for that. Yeah, nobody knew he was a billionaire and would be seen flying in the economy, never buys business. Well, that's awesome. I did not know about him. I'll have to do some more reading. Do you know any cheap VPS provider? I tried to wire some Olama models into some web fuzzers I wrote in Golang, but it was only successful on my local PC, and my VPS would just crash on 7 billion models. Yeah, I think you're going to end up having to pay a pretty penny if you want to run Olama models on a VPS. You're gonna have to spend some cash. Yeah, because your local PC probably has more horsepower than what you would buy like for $5 or get on a free tier. So I think there's not hosting your own LLMs in someone else's cloud is expensive. I don't think there's a way around that. And hosting your own local models locally is expensive too, because you have to have expensive hardware to do it. So, yeah, I think right now that's why providers have such the API or the LLM providers, they have such a stranglehold on usages because there's not really a good way to have local inference that's affordable and performant. That's the thing, is like the local inference has to be fast and it has to be affordable, and you're kind of always trading those two things off right now. Any VPS with the GPU will be expensive, but check RunPod. I've not heard of RunPod, but I trust Bob Knoll. He's usually on top of his shit. If I was a billionaire, I would do unimaginable things. Good things, though, not another island or something. If I was a billionaire, I'm going to update my subscriber list now that we have a new subscriber on Twitch. If I was a billionaire, I told my kids this the other day because I don't know how we got on the subject of like what we would do if we had $1 billion. If I was a billionaire, I would just randomly like walk up to somebody's house and just be like, here's $1 million, and I would do that like multiple times a year. Can you imagine like how you would change someone's life if you're like, hey, here's $1 million. Better yet, open an investment account in their name, put $1,000 in it, and then give it to them. Yeah, I think I just can't imagine what that would be like. And for you as a billionaire, $1 million is like, I mean, it's like chump change at that point. You're not even going to notice it. AWS, you can get an extra large G4 maybe. I used one a lot for contract and came out around $50 a month. I don't know about anything about running EC2 instances in AWS, so I'm not even sure what an extra large G4 would get you. But maybe that might be an option for you, Ayush, if you can afford 50 a month. Sounds like Kirk has had good luck with that. Mark, when the last time had meetup with business person, we had this conversation about creating an app. They told me, why create? Why not just buy it? In my country, tech is being held down. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the tech scene beyond my local Kansas City, Kansas area, so or like the general United States vibes. So I don't know how it is in other countries. Tired of back to Rustlings, no distractions. Oh well, if you're here tired of to see somebody be uber productive, this is not the stream for you. Because I try to prioritize chat and engagement over being productive. So if that bothers you, not the stream for you. Lincoln, that would make people super unhappy. You think it would? You think if you walked up to somebody and was like, hey, here's $1 million, or like you went out to eat and you tipped a waitress $1 million, you don't think that would like change? Like, you think that would make them happy? I don't think that'd make them happy. I think it would change their life, man. Nah, I would just buy 100 homes, sell them for 10x like BlackRock. That's okay. I mean, hey, man, I respect the hustle, respect the grind. Morning, Big J's Faith. How are you doing, man? Good to see you. Let's see, .NET. Thanks for being a member too, by the way, Big J's Faith. I appreciate you. It's very kind of you. And we'll do. Oh, we probably should update the YouTube list while we're here too. We'll just do a fresh update. I wish YouTube would let me have access to my list of members programmatically. YouTube, if you're listening to this, please let me have access to my list of members. Doing good, Bubba. Thank you, sir. Of course, man. Yeah. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I guess you're getting ready to start your next week of school, huh? It would change their life, but most people don't know how to manage money, and their relatives would siphon it from them. That's a good point. So maybe a better strategy would be like trying to figure out if like somebody owed money still on their mortgage, and then just calling the bank or something, trying to figure out a way to direct the money, like give the money to them in a way that makes their life better, and you don't have to worry about people siphoning it. Maybe that's the right answer. I just feel like if I had that much wealth, I mean, we're talking about $1 billion, bro. That's insane wealth. I just feel like I would want to use it. I'd want to share it. I want to give it to other people, because there's no way I would ever need that much money. there's no way. What am I? Oh, yeah, I'm updating my members list. Thank you, Ali the AI. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day too. I'm doing well. I have no complaints. I'm just here in my basement like I normally am every morning, talking to chat, learning a little bit of Rust, trying to get better. All right, I'm going to banish you guys to the void for a second because I got to restart these overlays. Meld Studio does not have a studio mode, which kind of sucks. I'll be right back. One sec. Refresh. 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 And refresh. Okay, you can come back from the void now. All right. Back to Rustlings. You're sick? Oh no, get well soon, Steven. No, I'm not sick. Yeah, I'm good. Sorry, I might have misspoke. I am not sick. I'm healthy. My wife's healthy. My kids are healthy. I've got money in my bank account. I've got food in my pantry. I've got hot running water. Life is good, man. It's not about how it hurts you. It's about how it hurts other people. The people's kids probably would just rely on a large inheritance. There's a book called Toxic Charity. I don't think I've read that book, but I understand the concept you're getting at, Kirk. I guess as somebody who's actively trying to build generational wealth for my sons and my kids, hopefully. I don't know if I 100% believe that the two are mutually exclusive. I don't necessarily think that inheriting money necessarily means you have to be I don't think that inheriting money necessarily means it hurts you as a person. You know, I think you can inherit money and still be a good person. I think that's kind of a psyop that the wealthy are running on us to basically say, no, you shouldn't acquire wealth and you shouldn't pass it on to generations because it'll be bad for them. So you know, just spend your money in your lifetime. I think that's a little bit of like the whole like money doesn't buy happiness, which is complete and utter bullshit. Like, I'll tell you what, if you've got money in your bank account, life is a lot more pleasurable. As somebody who has experienced having $1 in their bank account before the next paycheck, I can tell you life's a lot better. I'm a much happier person with more money in my bank account. There's probably diminishing returns, but yeah, I just don't buy it. Steven, don't you never forget me when you make it as a billionaire. I'm never going to be a billionaire, but I hope I will one day be a millionaire. Let's see. I'm not doing well. I've been on the phone with the police. A close friend is missing. They've searched 3 work locations and an apartment. They can't find him. Thanks for the stream. It helps me. Oh, that's the strangest message you've ever sent, Ali the AI. It's like we are all stuck in a thing and we think everything is okay and normal, but we are not if we think deeply. I I mean, I think for the most part everything's okay and normal. I know there's definitely some fucked up situations happening all over the world at any given time, But I think like if you were to draw like a normal distribution curve, like most people, are doing okay. Ilmanian in Iran, $1 equals like 1 million Iran currency. Yeah, they're going through it, man. They are going through it. 100% they're going through it. There's actually a guy that normally hangs out in my chat named Arvin, and we have not heard from Arvin in a little while. And I've kind of been worried that I know their internet's cut off, but I've kind of been worried that we're not gonna hear from him anymore. Yeah, I hope he's okay too. Syrian Mamba, guys, believe me, safety and health are the most valuable. I do believe you that safety and health is important, but I will say it's very hard to be safe and have good health if you're poor. I'm just being safe and having good health is hard to do if you don't have any money in your bank account. So I hear what you're saying, but I also live in the real world. I have 2 little kids and a wife that are dependent on me. And so, yeah, nobody's going to convince me that money does not matter because it does. Yeah, Iran is cooked. Yes, Iran is going through. I don't know if they're cooked, but they're definitely going through a very tumultuous time. And I feel for all the regular people there that are just trying to build their lives. I'm waiting for his name to scroll across the screen. He may not be a member anymore. I honestly don't know. But yeah, hopefully he's doing okay. All right, more enums. More enums. Also tired of, I see your messages. And if you think you're going to come into my chat and try to bully me into doing what you want me to do on stream by spamming messages about focusing on Rust, it's not going to go well for you, buddy. Unless you pay my salary, I could not give 2 fucking shits about what you want me to do. So if I want to chat and just sit here and drink coffee and talk, I'm going to do that. And if you don't want to watch me do that, scroll on, man. LOL, enjoy the coffee. He just got his membership. I don't remember when he got his membership. Yes, the coffee is the coffee is the whole point of the stream. The coffee makes the stream go burr. That and chat and coffee make the stream go burr. The code is kind of secondary to all of it. All right, define the different variants used below. Let's see, we need to define rise, move, echo, and change color. Let's see. I don't know what resize is doing. That's new to me. Move takes a point. This guy takes a string. Let's see, change color. Looks like it takes some numbers. Oh, sorry, I32. This is Rust, not Go, not C#. Okay, resize takes a width and a height. I'm not sure how to declare that. Like this, maybe? Width is I32. Height is I32. Nice. We did it! Real Talk on a Sunday, so we need to rename as Coffee, Chat, and Code. Yeah, we probably should reorder those, shouldn't we? We probably should. That's totally right. Money matters a lot, but maybe living my whole life in a war-activated survival mode. Well, I hope you guys, I hope everybody understands that. I can't speak to everybody's economic and social circumstances. I've only lived in the United States. I've only been an American citizen, so I can't speak to how it is to live in some of these other places in the world. And so I feel for you and I empathize with you, but my worldview and my view of life is shaped by my experiences, you know. So I totally understand where you're coming from. I hope you can understand where I'm coming from. Maxi, I barely pay attention to the code, to be honest. Just chat and lo-fi tunes. Well, that's totally fine because there's a guy named Rampla who comes and hangs out in my chat, and he's like, I know nothing about programming and coding, but I just like the vibes. So that's a totally valid thing. Does the code even matter? I mean, most of the time it just spent talking to chat. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, if the code was the primary point, like if I wanted to be uber productive, I would do what I did yesterday when I streamed in the afternoon, and I would just kind of largely ignore chat for the majority of the time. But that seems to me it kind of defeats the purpose of streaming. It's like why stream if you're not going to engage with people? I might as well turn off chat then, right? Like just stream and not have chat on.
Here's money to go back to sipping coffee and chatting. Sip, 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 sip.
I hope you guys could hear that okay.
Bip, bip.
Oh my goodness. Thank you very much, Bob. That was very nice of you. See, yeah.
Well, how about that?
Oh man, that's too nice. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Dude, that's too
Welcome to the
kind.
party, pal.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the party, pal.
I appreciate that, Ali. Yeah, that's very kind of you.
Welcome to the party, pal. Welcome to the party, pal.
That's awesome. You know what that means? We got to go update the list. We got to go update the list. Yeah, that's awesome. So first of all, thank you, Bob, very much for that donation. I really appreciate that. And then, Ali, I thank you very much for the gifted members. I really appreciate that. That's so nice of you. I wonder how long it takes to update before your list updates. See members. There we go. Download. Save the members. Yes. If I become big enough as a YouTuber, eventually I'll be able to automate this process. But right now I can't automate it. One day. All right, we're going back to the void for a sec, chat. Back to the void. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate the support. It still blows me away that people would be willing to support my channel that way. So thank you very much. I don't take it for granted at all. I really, really don't. Max, why can't you get the members list? Is there no API? Yes, the reason I can't get, there is an API. The reason, I don't know why, Max, honestly. I'll show you their documentation. I've reached out to their support like 3 times and been continually told that I don't have basically they tell me I need to contact my YouTube representative, but I don't have an assigned YouTube representative because I'm a tiny little channel. So you can see right here. This is the endpoint you would use to get your list of members from YouTube, and it says this endpoint can only be used by individual creators to make requests for their own channel membership enabled YouTube channel. Reach out to your Google or YouTube representative to request access. I don't have a Google or YouTube representative, and every time I contact support, they just tell me, they redirect me to whoever this person is supposed to be. And so if you try to make a request against this endpoint, it won't work. You'll get a 401 error. So that's why it can't be programmatic. Ilmanian, I'm just here for the vibe. Well, I love that, and I hope the vibe is what keeps people around, because I'm not doing anything earth-shattering from a coding perspective. All right, now what are we doing here? Create a match expression to process the different message variants using the methods defined above. Okay, so we'll do match on message, and then we will fill our arms. And then we'll call self.resize, and we'll pass in the width and the height. We'll call self.move. We'll do self.something. Self.what? Self.echo. This is RGB. We'll do self.change color. And then the last thing we'll do is we'll do self.quit. Yeah, match expressions in Rust might be the best part of Rust. Pattern matching in Rust might be the best part of Rust. Match expressions. Kick ass. I'm gonna go get some rest. See you, Elmani, and thanks for holding it down over there for us on Twitch. Appreciate you. David, good morning, David. Good to see you. How's Rust going so far? It's going well. Yeah, we're taking a little break from building my application just to do some exercises that kind of teach you a little bit more about the language, but it's pretty good. Manhattan, I'm here, the vibe too. Well, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you enjoying the vibes. Try to keep them rolling. Bob Knoll, other YouTubers I've seen only update the list like once a month. Really? I don't know. I feel bad when people subscribe. I want to give, or people subscribe or become members. Like, if you're willing to give me money to make content, like, I feel like I should call your name out somewhere. You know, like, that's, it seems like you're kind of like, it's important to recognize your sponsors in that way. And I think like updating once a month doesn't seem like it does it justice, but that's just me. The ironic tragedy is that life has to be lived forward, but it only makes sense in reverse. That is an ironic tragedy. That makes me think of the Steve Jobs quote where he talks about you can only connect the dots looking backwards. And that has been so true for me. I'm gonna tell a story. We're gonna have a little story time. So when I got out of college, the last thing I wanted to do was become a food scientist. I wanted to build my personal training business. And I worked as a personal trainer during the day, and then I was a medical scribe in the evenings and on the weekends. And I got laid off from my medical scribe job. And then like a month or two later, my wife found out we had gotten pregnant, or she had gotten pregnant. And we had been trying, so it wasn't unplanned. But the layoff from the scribe job was unplanned. And so my only income was my personal training business, which wasn't making enough yet to support support one person's salary. And so then I had to go. So then I went looking for a job, and I found this food scientist job. And I never thought I would have that job. And I did that job for 7 years, had 2 kids in that time, and my insurance took care of basically like all the costs of having those kids, which was really expensive. It's really expensive to have kids. And for the life of me, when I was in that job, I could never figure out like why am I here? What brought me here? And now, as you know, looking back, I think maybe the reason that job was there was so that I could start my family. Like maybe that was the whole reason. Like it was like, and granted, there could have been other reasons why that job was put in my path. But I think that's a great example of where, as your life is unfolding, a lot of it doesn't make sense to you. You're like, why are these things happening? But then down the road, you look back and you're like, oh, I see why I lost that one job and I got the next job, and I see why that happened. Like it, and part of that's probably you building a story. Like that's just you. But to your point, it goes to that quote. It's like whether it's destiny or it's you creating some narrative, like it only makes sense in hindsight. And you have to kind of trust that. You just kind of have to trust that things are unfolding the way they're supposed to unfold. And in 20 years time or 30 years time, you'll look back and you'll be like, now I see. Why does ChatGPT tell me nothing about contacting a YouTube representative? I don't know. I didn't know about it either, Max, until I went to their documentation. I guess it shows ChatGPT is not the end all be all. ChatGPT does not, in fact, have all the answers. I'll be leaving now. I have a job for tomorrow. Okay, Mark, have a good day, man. I'll stay for now. I'm listening to your life story. Oh, well, hey, man, if you got to go get some rest, you got to go get some rest. Good morning, Raphael. Good to see you again. Appreciate you. Sweetheart, it makes us humble seeing life in backwards, so giving up is never option. Like, we need to keep living. Exactly. You have to keep putting one foot in front of the other. Take each day one day at a time. Be thankful for what you have. Keep moving towards what you want. And trust that at the end of the day, you're going to look back in 20, 30 years and you're going to be able to figure out why everything unfolded the way it did. Steven, the members list isn't showing all the names. It appears to be stuck. Are you sure? It should be showing all the names. Are you trying to find your name? Let's see. Members.txt, I think is the one I want. Oh, maybe you're right. CD. Sorry, hold on. I have to investigate this. Oh no, that's the wrong list. Sorry, that's the wrong list. I'm looking at the wrong list. Should be Notepad, and it should be meld members. There's 2 files there. Which one do I want? Notepad. I think I have the wrong. So yeah, thank you for calling that out. I think I have the wrong. Members. Yeah, that's the one I want. Give me 1 sec. It's going to take 1 second to fix it. Appreciate you looking out for me. Thank you very much. So we're going to remove member list. And then we're going to, 1 sec, guys, I got to restart the overlay again. There we go. Now we're back. I think the list should be correct now. Whenever it scrolls across there, might take a minute for it to show up. No, oh, hold on. I broke it. It says no text found. It's because I broke it. Members list. These are all CSS, HTML. Oh yeah, members list. I promise I know how to. I promise that I've done this before. Members list. Now it looks like it's like stuck. There we go. Oh, I have to restart the other one too. Damn it. Sorry, guys. I promise I'll get my shit together. One of these days. There we go. Now we should have all the members scrolling across there. Man, I have people that have been members for 3 months now. That's awesome. You need a technical difficulty scene so you can just put that up instead of the black screen. Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm not using OBS. I'm using this tool called Meld Studio, and it doesn't really have a great way. It doesn't really have a great way to do like a studio mode where you can put another scene up while you're also doing something with the scene locally, right? So basically, whatever you have focused in Meld is what your stream sees. And so in order to restart those overlays, I have to switch to the scene that has the overlays. And there's no way to have like there's no way to have like an active scene and a non-active scene focused in Meld Studio. It's kind of a shortcoming of the software. For all the good parts of the software, that's kind of a shortcoming of it. It doesn't have a studio mode. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. It is kind of annoying, but the software itself has a lot of good stuff going for it. I mean, it makes multi-streaming super easy. Yeah, it does do a lot of cool stuff, but it does have some shortcomings. I'll go apply at Meld and fix the problem. That'd be pretty badass to get hired somewhere just so that you could fix something. Raphael, it's working fine on Twitch. Nice. Okay, cool. It's coming up here. You're welcome. Yeah, thank you very much. Bob, a year ago when I was looking for work, ChatGPT was like, "You're so great, you can get any job you want." Now it's like, you need to drop this from your resume and reword this just to get past ATS. Yeah, I guess it shows how the models evolve and get better. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow I can tune in. Goodbye. Bye. See you, Mark. Sorry I missed your goodbye message. Tired of. I'm here to read bad code, drink coffee. Personal stories and small talk are parasocial nonsense. Raw input only. You're in the wrong place, Tired of. You're in the wrong place. But I feel like that's kind of been your theme, is every time you show up in my stream, you kind of try to push the stream to be what you want it to be, which is fine. I'm probably just going to ignore you. You're still welcome to hang out here. You're gonna get. It's not just gonna be raw inputs only. You're gonna get small talk.
Did we just become best friends?
Chromati King, thanks for following over on Twitch. Really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Small talk is good. Again, I'll just go back to the thing that if I wanted to just sit in a room and code all, for the full 3 hours that I'm here, there'd be no point in turning the camera on. So if I'm not going to chat with you guys, I don't know why I would stream. Seems kind of feels like it defeats the point. That's just my opinion. Doesn't have to be everyone's opinion. Just my opinion. Okay, we've wrapped up enums. It's 6:20. I think we're going to switch from Rustlings over to implementing some actual features in that application, or maybe work on the styling of the Rust app that we've been building. That's what we're going to do next. Raphael, I mean, then just hop on Discord and do some pair programming. Yeah. Steve is a person who doesn't just code and actually also socializes as like a human. What? No way. Yeah, I try to socialize. I mean, I just don't know why else you would. I mean, it's one thing if you want to make content, right? And if you want to make content, you can just make videos, right? But if you want to interact with people in your community, or you want to build a community, live streaming makes sense. But you should probably engage with the folks that hang out with you on stream. I mean, that's just me. And I know some people just like to lurk. Like, I'm one of those people who just likes to lurk on stream. So I get it. But I feel like as the person that's hosting the stream, you should have some willingness to engage. But again, that's my opinion. It doesn't have to be everyone's opinion. The algorithm understands if a streamer doesn't engage chat, there's a weighted value. Interesting. I wonder how they measure that. Raphael, I thought you were a robot. Somebody the other day tried to see if I was an AI. I can't remember the question they asked me, but they were like, we need to verify if he's a real human. Let's see, git commit progress from 1st to the 18th. All right. Let's get back up to speed with where we were with this project. So we'll do cargo run. I want to say where we left this was, I can't remember what the next to do we had. We definitely still have to make the file operations async. I don't think I'm prepared to tackle that quite yet. There's a bunch of styling that still needs to happen. There's a bunch of styling that needs to happen. I think what we should try to tackle today is making sure that when you add a new tab, it gets added in the proper place. So if I create a new file, it shouldn't put the file randomly. Like right here, it put it at the beginning. But if I add another one, it's going to put it there. And if I add another one, it puts it there. So it's just randomly placed because we're iterating over a map. So I think what I want to do is I want to refactor to use a list of files or a vector of files. And then my map will be an index. Yeah, yes, my maps will be, I'll have a map, I think is what we want to do. So we're going to try to fix this. So right now, if I find my state, my state or my files are just a hash map, and so I'm looping over that hash map. But I think what I need to do is I think I need to actually turn this into files map. Files map. And then I think we want to have a list of files, which will be a vec of files, like this. And then instead of this being a UUID to a file, I think we want a UUID to an index. I think is what we want. Lots of people are unhappy now. Okay, and then we're gonna have let files equals vector file new, and then we're going to not insert so basically we're going to insert, instead of inserting the whole file, we're going to insert the index position of the file, which in this case is just going to always be 0 to start with. And then we'll also do files.push. I thought vectors had a push method. Maybe I made that up. Oh, this is where we have to use some sort of special syntax, right? What's the syntax we have to use? Vector new. Oh, I guess we can also do this, can't we? We can do we can use the macro. We can use the vector macro, and then we can just do default file. Default file ID. We don't need to do this. There we go. And then we'll do files. Cannot find value files in the scope. There we go. And now we have to update all our code to deal with this new data structure. So the simplest action we're going to take is we're going to add a new file. And when we add a new file, we want to do a few different things. We obviously want to set the current file. We want to make a new entry that is not file ID, we basically want to say state.files.push default file. Now this guy, does this return anything? Appends an element to the back of a collection. I don't think it returns anything. Falling for the small talk. Hope your workflow is going well, dude. Oh, thank you, Chromatic King. Yeah, you're more than welcome to hang out and chill and chat. We're just we're trying to work through making some changes to this Rust application that I've been working on. Tired of. Feels like async Rust is extremely difficult. Also, when you have to annotate borrows and lifetimes and function signatures, can't wrap my head around that. I haven't. Some of that I don't even understand because I haven't even gotten to really the lifetimes part of learning Rust. But yeah, it does. It definitely seems like the whole concept of ownership and borrowing and all that is difficult. Your members list is shorter now. I believe the updated names have been going into the wrong list. Is it shorter now? Let's see. Notepad. It's not admin of code. I think it's all correct though. I mean, if it's not correct, I'll have to probably fix it outside stream. I think it's correct. Yeah, everyone's on there that should be on there. Val, Gun, Born to Shine. Allie the AI is on there. Yeah, I think everyone's there. We don't see that list. Yeah, I don't. You don't need to see the list. Yeah, you don't need to see the list. The list is on the screen. What you see on the screen is what's in the list. Nice. Only messed around with Rust briefly a handful of times. Nice. Yeah, it's a very short list of approximately 15 names. Man, you're really hung up on this list, Ali the AI. You're really hung up on it. You really want it to be perfect. It can't be just 15 names. There's no way it's just 15 names. Let's see. This is the file that gets loaded. There's way more than 15 names in this file. Random question for your Oh My Posh. What font are you using? No, it's doing the right thing. It's 100% doing the right thing. Oh, whoops. I just closed my music. No, I killed the music. Random question for your Oh My Posh, what font are you using? I'm still missing some icons. I use Cascadia Cove nerd font. Actually, you can type !font in the chat and it'll point you to the right font. But this is what I use. Settings, PowerShell, appearance. Cascadia Cove Nerd Font Mono is what I'm using. Let me tag you. At Chromati. There you go. But yeah, that link should also take you to the right place. Thanks, dude. Coming from a Mac, so still adjusting. Oh yeah, no worries, man. It takes a minute to get your fonts all sorted out, right? Across all the different places you want them to display. Much love. Of course, dude. Yeah, always happy to. I'm an open book when it comes to that stuff. I have all that stuff because I stole it probably from somebody else. So there's no reason for me to bury it. Sorry, I was just Ally the AI has me completely distracted by the members list thing. So I was just trying to validate if she's really correct. I don't think she's correct. I don't think it's just the same 15 names scrolling. Yeah, I don't see what you're seeing, but I appreciate you trying to look out for me, but I see the correct. Kevin Limon. Michael Perry. Yeah. Yeah, Ali, yeah, I think you're just fucking with me. Yeah. All right. I'm done talking about that. All right, back to trying to fix this. I'm not fucking with you. You're fucking with me. It is almost 100% not showing any of the names on that list. I did a screenshot, couldn't find a single one of the names. Fix it later. No, you're full of shit. You're full of shit, Ali. I literally can go to my phone and I can watch. See you, sweetheart. You're literally full of shit because I can literally watch the names scroll across my screen and I can watch the names show up in the text file. I'm frustrated with you to the point where I'm just gonna kick you. I'll screen record it. Go for it. Now I'm sitting here trying to validate what some bot account is trying to tell me on YouTube. Yeah, hot topics. Then Attila Gal. Then Deke Schiff. Then Chad. Now Skittles. Then it will be Thunderbolt. Then it will be Jacqueline Stevenson. Then it will be Azra Aiden. Then it will be Ariel. Then Simone. You don't see Chad. I don't know what you're watching, Ali the AI, because Chad is on the screen. I literally saw him scroll across. Chad went to broken fine. I don't see a Simone. Where's Simone? I literally see it right now on my screen. What the hell is happening? Why? Why do you guys see something different than I see? All right, there. We'll restart it again one more time. There's no way we're looking at the wrong thing though. It's definitely 100% the right thing. Uploading it to my channel right now. Oh shit. I know this is thrilling Rust content. Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Excuse me. I'm sitting at the edge of the seat for this debug. Yeah. I mean, I literally see all the names. All the names that are showing up here. Yeah, this is definitely the right list. Now I'm literally sitting here just watching the scroll happen. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't understand why we're seeing different things. I might just have to troubleshoot it some other time because I don't see the issue you guys are seeing. Chromatic note shows both. Cue elevator music. Anyway, Bob's like, so. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I see everything. I mean, there's only one. The thing is, there's only one file, and it's in the same. It gets output in the same place every time. That's why distractions should be ignored. They are time-consuming and corrosive. I rarely join live streams for that reason. Oh, tired of I'm getting to the point where I'm gonna ban you. Your presence is not a positive one. That's for sure. If you want a live stream to be the way you want the live stream, you should just start your own live stream. Raphael, this is entertaining, bruv. Let's see. LS, OneDrive, Desktop, YT, Meld, Overlay, Members. Could I have... Yeah, there's only one list there. So it's got to be loading the right thing. All right. Back to Rust. If not all the names are there, not all the names are going to be there ever, because that's how I built it to work, and If it's not working, it's not going to get fixed today. Steve is tired of. Yes, I am. Let Steve drive the bus, damn it. That might be the funniest thing anyone said on one of my streams. Okay, but going back to what we were trying to accomplish before we were distracted. Let's see. What are we trying to do here? So what we're trying to do is well, I guess if I'm thinking about this, I don't know, why do I need a map? Do I really need this other data structure? I'm starting to think maybe I don't need it. Because couldn't I just keep track of the current index? I think I can refactor it away. I don't think I need to do this, but I'm gonna refactor with it, but I don't think I need it. Yeah, I don't think I need it anymore. But maybe there's a reason I do need it. Okay, so we've got this. And now what we need to do is we want to insert the index of the map. And the way we'll get that is we'll do files dot length, or no, sorry, state dot files dot length -1. So should I type my map then as usize maybe? I don't really want to have to convert back and forth between stuff. So should I do this? Usize. And then we're going to save the file, but the current file is actually, we have to do two things. We have to actually say this is current file index, and then we say current file equals state.files at current file index. No field path on type mut usize. Type file cannot be indexed by mut usize. So how do I retrieve something from a vec? Oh, with that method, current file index. Which I think this doesn't need to be mutable anymore. I don't understand. Index I. I don't understand. See, retrieve item from vector in Rust using index. I really don't think I need to do all this, but I'm going to start there. Indexing the index using the index operator provides direct access to an element and is generally used when you are confident the index is valid. Okay, so I'm confident the index is valid, but whenever I try to do that, it complains. And it complains because the type file cannot be indexed by reference to usize. Dereference this index. So you're saying I need to do this? Okay. Thank you, Rust compiler. All right, this is where it gets kind of nasty. So the whole point of this code right here is to figure out if we're opening a duplicate file, is what we're trying to do here at this point. So we need to update this to deal with our new data structures. Yeah, I don't know, Ali. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not gonna spend any more time on the scrolling names. I've moved on. Actually, did you know that in the Python package, Twitch.io user IDs are string? I looked back at my code and saw if equals this as a check for if it is me. So, like, why are the IDs strings? I don't know why the IDs are strings. There's always some decision. There's always some reason behind decisions people make in an API. They may not always make sense to us, but I'm sure they make sense to the builders at some point. Blips, this is a great live stream. I appreciate that, Blips. What are you working on now, by the way, Steve? I'm working on a desktop application. It's basically like a replacement for Notepad. That's the idea. Kermode, is this NeoVim? If so, kudos to you, bud. It is NeoVim. Yeah, I'm using NeoVim. Raphael, future proofing or backward compatibility. Make a JSON value an int, binds all clients to it being an int, while in reality you might want to change it to a string in the future. That's interesting. Yeah, that's a good thought for why they chose that. Oh yeah, he says some that aren't there. He's calling them in order. All good, Steven. Yeah, I'm moving on. I think what's on the screen is valid. So because you don't have access to the full list of members. Only I have access to the full list of members. So what I see in my full list of members matches up what's in the file, and that file is what's getting shown on screen. So what's there is there. Actually, there's also the comment above that if statement that says, why are Twitch user IDs strings? They are fucking numbers. So I guess we know how angry I was when figuring that out. Yeah. Yeah. You must have been very angry. I like the emoji. I think leaving emojis in your code comments is OP. So nice use of emojis. All right, I'm all out of coffee. I drained that. All right, so I guess we still want to iterate over the files map. I still don't think. I think if I'm gonna, if the index, if I'm gonna keep track of the current file, I might as well just keep track of the current file index. I don't know why I feel the need to have an ID. All right, so we're iterating over the files map. Now file.1 isn't a path anymore. File.1 is a usize. So what we need to do is we actually need to get the actual file. So let file. I'm going to rename this to entry. And then I'm going to say let file equals state.files entry. Whoops, entry.1. And then this is going to be file.path. And this will be file.content. And then this will be the current file's ID. Yeah. File ID. Okay. And then you're complaining. Why are you complaining? You're complaining redundant field names in path struct initialization. So you're saying you just want to use the shorthand. Now down here, what we have to do instead is we have to do state.files.length -1. And then we have to do state.files.push the opened file. Okay. That looks right. 10 more errors to go. And then again here we're kind of in the same predicament where we're iterating over the map, but this is not a file anymore. This is really an entry. And so in order to get the file, we need to say let file equals state.files entry.1. We have to dereference. This is just bad code. This is just bad code. And then we have to do file.path. And then same thing here. This isn't current file, this is current file index. And so current file becomes let current file equals state.files current file index. This is just the same. You can see why this is bad code, right? Because it's the same. I'm having to make the same changes all in multiple places. And this logic should all really be centralized in one place, but I haven't been able to figure out how to do that because I haven't really understood the right way to encapsulate behavior when dealing with mutable references. But we will figure that out at some point. Uh-oh, so I made somebody unhappy. Oh, because that's a mutable reference. Why are we unhappy? I guess we're unhappy because we're trying to get a file out of our vector and we're trying to mutate it in more than one place within the same scope. I don't think I need that. I don't think I need this. But I do need so basically the minute I try to do this, everyone gets very unhappy. And why does it get unhappy? Because I have a So I guess I should probably lift this up, right? Like I should probably lift this access up. Like do this. Put it there. Cannot move out of index. Consider borrowing here. Consider changing this to be mutable. Crap. I'm running into all kinds of borrow checker. Consider this to be a mutable reference. Yes. Oh boy, am I getting closer? Use of moved. All right, I think I'm getting closer. All right, so current file. Where does that get defined at? Current file. It's up here. So this is actually current file index now. Let current file equals state.files. Pointer to current file index. Oh man, this is just I'm not enjoying this. I'm probably gonna have to go back over all this code again because I don't think I need this map. I think this map is not useful. I think it's just cannot borrow state.files is mutable as is behind the ref. State is a ref, so the data it refers to cannot be borrowed as mutable. Oh, because I already have current file up here, so why am I accessing it again down here? Okay. And now what are you telling me? You're saying that cannot return value referencing local variable p, returns a value referencing data owned by the current function. Okay, so where are we? This refactor is not going super well. Bro, why not using File Explorer and NeoVim? Like Vim dot? I don't know. I've never used it like that. I've always just used Tree Sitter. Eduardo, hello, Eduardo. Yo, I'm trying to make this pirated version of CS 1.6 run Half-Life. I have no idea. Why are you... Don't pirate. Nothing really kind of thinking of stuff. Let's see. So you can mutate less. You don't have a mutable reference to state. Let's see. LSA. What are you making right now? And what language is this? I can't tell. This is Rust, Penguin Pickaxe. This is Rust. And I'm trying to build a Notepad application, and I'm in the process of trying to refactor how I'm keeping track of tabs in the Notepad, and it's not going super well because I'm running into the borrow checker in Rust. So it's like a newbie trying to learn to swim for the first time. What are you trying to mutate? Mutation should only happen in the update function. Yes, you are right. So you're right. So that really shouldn't be. That really shouldn't be a thing I do. So you cannot move out of index. Yeah, so I do want a reference to the current file. I just want to read the current file here. And then down here, the error is happening because I'm capturing some variable, local variable p. So where is p? Cannot move out of file.path. Using clone on type UUID, which implements the copy trait. Try dereferencing it. So try doing this. You seem to be trying to use match for destructuring a single pattern. Consider using if-let. Try if-let sum. Oh, this is I think this is a Clippy. Whoops. Why are my warnings not showing up? I think I just borked my Rust analyzer. Well, now we're just going back and forth. You seem to be trying to use match for just structuring a single pattern. Consider using if let sum. Try this if statement can be collapsed. This is all Clippy stuff. But it seems like they're fighting with each other. It seems like we keep going back and forth. This if statement can be collapsed. What does that mean? This if statement can be collapsed. If you can't tell, I'm brand new to Rust. Collapsible if. Each if statement adds one level of nesting, which makes code look more complex than it really is. Oh, so you're saying I can move this up? That? Yeah. That's what they were trying to communicate. This delimiter might not be properly closed. Let sum equals file path and there we go. Let's see, binary comparison. Binary comparison to literal option none. For more information, use option is none instead of path is none. So it wants me to do this, is none. These are all things I don't think I was getting these warnings before I enabled Clippy. But I see why people wanted me to use Clippy, because I think this is all good stuff it's telling me to do. See, all variants have the same postfix fonts. Remove the postfixes and use full pass to the variants instead of glob imports. Some of these warnings, I don't know what they mean, though. This is definitely all Clippy. Yes, this is this is all Clippy. So cake, blast force, cake. Okay, so you're just saying. So I understand what it's saying, but it's kind of like, it's kind of important. So I guess what I can do is I can do font increase and decrease, font decrease. Because I might have other view actions that have nothing to do with font. Font reset. Is that going to trip out for the same reason? All variants have the same prefix. Okay, that's fine. I guess that's fine. I'll just follow Clippy's advice. Although I don't think this is a totally accurate linting error for what I'm trying to represent with this view action enum, but it's fine. We will make Clippy happy. I think we resolved all the errors. God, that was a marathon. Let's see if this actually works. It just shows that refactoring just shows how bad the code is in terms of like if I want to change something, if I want to change the way that I get the current file or identify the current file, I have to change it in like a bajillion places. You can add an allow directive to ignore a specific rule for a block of code. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. That way I don't have to let Clippy rule my life. Okay, so the whole point of what we just did was so that we can do something like this. Good morning, chat. And then if I decide I want to also have a new file, that new file should always end up here. And I should be able to switch back and forth. And if I am over here and I add a new file, it should go on the end. So, new file. Okay, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? I think it didn't. Oh, I know why it didn't work. I know exactly why it didn't work. We're still iterating over the map. That's why. So really what we want to do is we actually want to iterate over state.files. Yeah, we want to iterate over state.files, which is a reference to a file. So what we can do is, let's delete that. We'll call this file. And then we don't need to do this anymore. And instead of doing this comparison, we'll basically check to see does the current file ID equal the file that we're iterating over. And I don't think we actually need to do it this way. I think we can actually say I think we can do state.currentFile. Oh yeah, that. And instead of doing entry.0, we can just do file.id. P is borrowed here. All right, now let's see if that works. What's up, Ali Iman? Hey guys, you're writing code in PowerShell? I am, yeah. I'm using NeoVim, so I'm just running NeoVim in PowerShell. Okay, so if I switch back over here, yep, there we go. It's working. All right, so now let's try some of the other actions. So if we save this to greetings.txt and we save it, that updates. If I do, let's see, let's try to open a file. So if we do open, I guess I need a way to close files, don't I? I don't have a way to close files yet. New item, OneDrive, desktop, test.txt. And we'll do Notepad, test, OneDrive, desktop. Hello, this is a test. Like that. Come over here and we'll load this. So if we open that file, cool, it works, man. This is awesome. I still don't know if having the list and having the map is necessary, but you know, what are you gonna do? Okay, there's a lot of styling that still needs to take place. We need to be able to close files. Still need to be able to do it asynchronously. I think that's a pretty good start. I don't think I need to iterate over the map anymore, though. I think we could just do files. So how do I get this as a mutable? So state is a mutable reference to the state, and I want mutable references to the files. So how do I get that? going to use my Google Foo skills. Loop over a vec and get a mutable ref to an element. Iter mut. Okay. Iter mut. Nice. Do I need this? Yep. Yes, I do. I just need to reference the file path. Okay. Cool. My leg fell asleep. Morning, Filthy Potato. Thanks for being a member, man. NeoVim runs in terminal. I didn't know that. Thanks, by the way. Learned today. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, NeoVim's pretty fun. It's like a terminal-based editor. I mean, I still use Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code and stuff, so I'm not just a pure NeoVim user, but it's been fun to work with. I've been using it for the last year or so. All right, I don't really know what else I want to add to this application. I know I need to be able to close a file. And the way Notepad closes a file is it has a little hover. There's a little X that you can hover. So I don't know how I do that nice though. Do I put a button inside a button? That doesn't seem to make sense. But maybe that's what you do. My leg is asleep. LaBelle, another day, and I'm grateful. Making progress on the old projects. Going vibes some with Niece later. How about you? Just another day, man. You've got playoff football here in the United States, so probably watch some football today. Got to go to the grocery store, do the normal weekly grocery run. Dude, I hate when my leg falls asleep. Oh, it hurts so much. Yeah, nothing terribly exciting. I wish Windows deletes every app it ever created and just keeps the OS raw. I don't know. There are some apps on Windows I appreciate. Well, tell it to wake up. I know, man. You know that feeling you get like when your leg falls asleep and then when you go to stand on it, it's like 1,000, like, not needles, but almost like, I don't even know how to describe it. Straight TV static. I guess, yeah, TV static kind of, I guess, might be a good description of it. Just go divorce your leg. No, man. I need my legs. All right, it's better now. Give it some coffee. I am out of coffee. I've been out of coffee for like an hour. Anyone have any cool projects to make in Python? I'm struggling with starting a new project because I have no ideas. I don't have anything for you, Penguin Pickaxe. I wish I had some good ideas. I don't have any ideas. Right, how do we get... So this is a button. Do you think we can put a button inside a button? Let's see. That's the text editor. And this is the tab row. And this is the button for the tab. Dot. Or maybe actually what we do is we add a button inside the container. So maybe what we have here is we have the tab row, and then now we have text inside a button. And so maybe what we do here is we say, give me container. I don't know how this is going to work, but we're going to try it. So give me a container. And that container is going to hold a row, which is going to have our button, and it's going to have another delete button. And then we're going to push the container on here. And so then let delete button equals button text delete. Let's see what this looks like. I'm not sure what this is going to look like. Expected function found. I thought that's how you create a button. Oh, this is some sort of generic thing. Some sort of type inference. Oh no, because that's because I have I'm trying to call a function named button, but I have a button variable declared. That's what it is. And so this is actually going to be button. There we go. Now everybody's happy. So let's see what this looks like. Lots of fun TUIs ideas possible with textual. TUIs, yeah, TUIs are fun. I'm trying to build a TUI right now, and I haven't made much progress on it, but I have a project where I'm trying to build a TUI. Okay, that doesn't look good. Yeah, that doesn't look good at all. But I don't think, can I put a button inside of a button? I don't think I can do that. Like, can I do... Well, actually, I bet I can, actually. I bet what I can do is I can do this. I can do that. And then instead of doing this, we will still put our tab button in here. like that. And then instead of just tab button text, we'll take a row, tab button text, and delete button. I will say I don't enjoy doing UI development for native apps like this as much as I do web development, because it doesn't seem like there's a great way to do hot reload. So the inner dev loop is not a ton of fun. Yeah, okay, that works. But see, now I have this weird thing where like delete really shouldn't change its color unless it is specifically hovered. So I'm not sure how to make that not happen. But what we should be able to do now is, let's put an X like that. And we can say on press, all we're gonna do is do message delete or close. I love that this is the part of Rust that I really like. I love that when you build enums and you add a new enum, it basically drives you through the implementation, because then you have to do exhaustive pattern matching. So if I add a new file action here, I love the fact that I'm immediately going to get told by the compiler what I need to do to handle the fact that I added that new file action. I really, really like that. So for now, let's just do print line close file. And what are you? You're complaining because we don't have a file action, which should be close. And then there's one more, I think. Oh, nope, that was it. Okay, so let's go back to our app and let's rerun it. And we should be able to click. Yeah. Booyah. Nice. Okay. I just had a realization, though, as I was testing that right now. I realized that my current state of my application is going to be such a pain in the ass to deal with closing a file. Or no, actually, hold on. No, it shouldn't be. So basically, all I need to know when I close a file is I need to know file. Oh, we got to put this in here too so it shows up in the menu. So whenever I click close, I need to know the file that I want to close, and I'm going to close it based on the ID. Yeah, based on the ID. So this would be a UUID. Expected file action found function close. What? Oh. Can I not have I guess that only works. Oh, so it can't be in the menu. Or it can. So these are different, these are kind of different actions then, right? Like we have the file action that closes whatever tab we're currently on, but then we also need to be able to say, okay, if I click this button, yeah, if I click this button, I need to know which button I closed. Huh. I don't know how to handle that. Because the way this all works is this is how I'm rendering out my menus or my pickers. And it's complaining because this does not match the definition that I defined up here. So I'd have to do something like this, .new. Is this okay to do? I don't know if this is okay to do. So this will be ID. So then this would be file.id. Where are we doing this? Let's see. File action dot close. There we go. Doing well. I downloaded an extremely lightweight compiler and editor app on my phone. Can't do anything serious, but it's fun for just messing around. Nice. Coding on your phone. I like it. Calls are not allowed in patterns. calls and const are limited to constant functions, tuple structs, and tuple variants. Yeah, so that was dumb. So I guess I have a situation here where I want to use the file action enum to drive the pickers, but I want to have some of them. Well, shoot. I guess that's a limitation of my approach here. I'm not sure how to address it. Is it possible for me to do this? Invalid expression, expected type UUID, and expressions can only be used on the left-hand side of an assignment. I might have to go Googling for this one. I'm not sure if this is even something you can do. Sounds like a problem that needs more coffee. Yes, more coffee would be great. Actually, well, it's almost 8. More coffee would be great, actually. User, hi there. What are we up to today? We are learning Rust. Actually, I should probably update the title. I was doing Rustlings, and then we switched over from Rustlings to actually working on an actual desktop application that I've been building with Rust. And it's basically like a Notepad application is what we've been building. So nothing groundbreaking, but we're having fun. Hello, Amba. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Are you making Obsidian V2? No way, man. That Obsidian's complex, dude. Like their plugin system, I don't even know if I could build their plugin system. I just want a little Notepad application that I can say I built something in Rust. Okay, so we do a quick check. Let's see, enums using. Let's see, Rust using enums that are this might actually be a better question to ask Copilot, because the shape of my code is probably helpful for understanding this. So I have this. I'm working in Rust, and I've run into an error, and I'm just not sure of the capabilities of the language because I am new. Could you please tell me if what I'm wanting to do is possible? I have an enum like this, and I'm implementing a static. I don't even know what you call this. Do you call this like a member or like a field? I'm implementing a static field like this. Whoops, I don't think I yanked that properly. so that I can drive the display of a picker menu. But I'm being told by the compiler the following. Point me in the right direction. See what happens. I mean, I know what the issue is, but I'm not sure how to change this code, or if there's another way I can write this member so that I can do something like this. Let's see. No, you cannot do exactly what you're trying to do in that specific way. In Rust, an enum variant with associated data acts like a function that needs arguments to become a concrete value. File action new is a unit variant. File action close is a tuple variant. It is not a value. It is a constructor waiting for a UUID. Solution 1, use a dummy value. The kind enum. Okay, no UID here. Okay, keep your original enum for the actual logic. Yeah, but then now you have to maintain two separate things, and they're not connected. Damn, okay. Everyone says Rust is very fast, but the compile times seem to take a while. The compiling doesn't seem to be super speedy. Is that a me problem, or is that a Rust problem? Oh, I think that worked. Oh, let's go. It worked. Okay, so that did work. So then now we have close. And if we click the button, we have an ID. So this is interesting. Woohoo! Okay, this works. So now let's actually try to close the file. Slow compile is a Rust problem. Also, you need a new computer. I'm gonna go upstairs and tell my wife that. I'm gonna
Did
be
we
like,
just become best friends?
"Hey, Littenfield, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that." I'm gonna go upstairs and tell my wife. I'm gonna be like, "Hey, so I've been learning this new programming language, and I'm really enjoying it, and it's a lot of fun. But like, I need a new computer." I have to wait like 5 seconds for my code to compile. Duckboy, chat is busy today. I usually just lurk on some days, but I thought I'll chime in for a bit. Go for it, Duckboy. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Taking the trash out, making some coffee, then stay up late into the night. Have a good day, all. That sounds good. Sounds like an awesome plan. Coffee and a late night. I like it. Yeah, Rust compiler is quite slow. So is that something the team that the Rust group is trying to work on improving? Is trying to make the compiler faster? Dr. Bob prescribed. That's what I'll say. I'll say, honey, I had a consultation today. Yeah, I met with Dr. Bob, and Dr. Bob said that in order to improve my happiness, I need a new computer. That's Rust for you? Huh, okay, interesting. I had no idea that was a known thing, because everyone says Rust is so fast, but I guess what they mean is Rust is fast like at runtime, but compiling it's slow. That's good to know. But yeah, I still need a new computer, it sounds like. They're always working to speed up the compiler. Oh, okay, cool. Well, that's good to know. Compilation times are insanely slow. Well, hopefully they get better. I mean, Rust is a pretty new language. People using say it's worth to have compile time to get better at runtime. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm fine with making that trade-off. I was just surprised. I guess I misunderstood when people said Rust was fast. I guess I misunderstood that they were more like referring to the runtime speed, not necessarily the compile time speed. All right, so here's another issue we have. So here's our file menu, right? And our file menu takes options, selected, and then an onSelected function. And file action selected. All right, I have a new idea for this. So the file action can come from two places. It can come from the menu, or it can come from clicking on a tab button. So what we're gonna do is, instead of this being a UUID, this is gonna be an option. And the default here is gonna be none, right? And then down here, we are gonna pass some, that. And then what we'll do in our handler, is we will basically say let, not ID, or yeah, let's say let file ID, or let's say or ID to close. ID to close equals match on the ID we received. And if the ID we received is something, right? So we'll say if it is something, we'll just hand that back. If it's nothing, then we want to get whatever's in state. So we'll say state.currentFile, like this. And then we'll operate on the ID to close. So in order to close a file, what we need to do is we need to remove it from our state. So we need to say well, we actually need to handle these differently, actually. So if somebody clicks a button, no, we don't need to handle these differently. Let ID to close index equals state.map, and we'll say get add ID to close. And the reason why that's important to get is because we have to delete the file in two separate places. We have to delete it in the map, but then we also have to delete it
Did we just become best friends?
Thank you for the follow, Neon ID. Code Coffee Chat sounds like the hook to a rap song. It does kind of sound like the hook to a rap song. You said you're learning Rust. What language are you coming from? I'm coming from C# and TypeScript mainly. And then I spent about 2 months in November and December of last year learning Go. So a lot of Go in the last 60 days. And then I always write a lot of C# and TypeScript just generally. Bob, you got used to Go compile times, can't beat those? Yeah, 100%. Go compile times are fast. User, it gets better as your project grows bigger because it only compiles the new stuff. Oh, nice. That's good to know. Should do a stream where you write the same program but in multiple languages with stats pulled up to see which one is actually the fastest. That would be interesting, although I'm just not a big... I mean, I think that would be an interesting exercise, but it doesn't... The information that would give me doesn't seem like it would really do anything for me. Like, it wouldn't change my mind about which program I use. All right, I'm having some thoughts here about this whole index thing that I have going on. So let me think for a minute. Let's say we have a list of files, right? File 1, file 2. Then we have this map. And this map says file 1 ID equals 0 and file 2.id equals 1. Actually, let's do this. File 2 and file 3. So I have these two different data structures. Why I have them, I don't know. It's just where the state of things have ended up. But let's just say I delete file 2. Right? Well, now file 3's map entry is wrong. Which makes me think we should get rid of the map altogether. And we should just keep track of the current index. Because dealing with this being out of sync is kind of a pain in the ass. Because we basically would have to go through and update all the mappings. And I don't really think there's anything that the mapping is giving us at this point. Yeah, I don't think we're getting anything from having the map. So for now, let me just print line, and we'll just print ID to close. Oops. I really don't want to do the refactor right now. Because we just spent a bunch of time updating everything already. But I don't think we need this. I don't think we need that. I think what we need is we just need this. think that's what we need. I don't want to do the refactor. Sounds like a job for AI. Yeah, it does, but I probably need to do it because it's good practice, right? It's good practice. So now when I iterate over the files, how do I get access to the index? Is that where I need to call iter? Iter.enumerate, iter.enumerate. Okay, so then we do okay, so we have to go through and update all this stuff. So it should be pretty simple though, because now I can just say give me state.current file like this. Yeah. So yeah, this isn't actually too bad. This actually won't be too bad. Closure may outlive the current function, but it borrows file index, which is owned by the current function. To force the closure to take ownership, use the move keyword. No, I don't want to. I don't want to do that. File index is borrowed here. Maybe I just want to clone it. I mean, it's just a... I don't want to move it though. I know that. So let me just focus on these really quick. So we'll do move this state.current file, state files map get. No, we don't need that anymore because we have the current index over here. We say state.current file. Current, not file ID. So we iterate over, this is iter mut, and we want the index. So I'm guessing what I have to do is I have to say iter mut enumerate, which then gives me the mutable reference to the file and the file index. And then we can take the file index and stick it here. Yeah. This isn't too bad, because basically the only thing I was ever using that map for was was retrieving the current file. That's basically all, which is why it was kind of redundant to begin with. And then the current file equals state.files.length -1. And then here's the same thing. We were saving it, but the only reason we were doing that was to get the index. So we can just say state.currentFile. And we don't need to do that. We can say so I guess the question is, do we actually want to switch focus whenever we create a new tab? Yeah, we do. That's what Notepad does. I'm basically modeling all the behavior after Notepad. Also, if you're curious where I'm getting the behavior that I'm trying to match, it's all just based on whatever Notepad is doing. So now close doesn't take yeah, so now close takes a option of usize. And then this is going to be file index. And so, and switch tab doesn't take a file or a UUID anymore. It takes a usize. So this would be file index. No such field. Yeah, we don't need the map anymore. Oops. We just need that. We don't need the default ID anymore, because this is always just going to be 0 to start with. All right, I don't know how to fix this yet. So this says closure may outlive the current function, but it borrows file index, which is owned by the current function. To force the closure to take ownership of file index and any other reference variables, use the move keyword. So I do not want to take ownership of it, though. I just need to reference it. That causes an error, though. This says consider removing the borrow. So how do I fix this? Because current file index is declared up here, right? And I'm capturing it in this closure. Is it possible for me to just move this variable up? Like, don't do it in the closure, like this. But then it's still captured, focused is still captured here, right? Huh. I'm not sure the right way to do this. Try adding move and see what happens. If you have a copied value, it's no problem. or if you move a copied value. So but hold on, sorry. Catching up a little bit. What's that storage memory is fat 30 Are we wrapping in the chat now? Nice. Know any good exercises for beginners? Rustlings has been good. I'm a beginner. Yeah, I'm definitely a beginner. Rustlings is good. If you just Google Rustlings, where is it? Did I close that window? I think I closed that window. Yeah, Rustlings is good. Who asked about that? That was Dylan. At Dylan Masters. Whoops. There you go. Yeah, that's very helpful. That's what I've been using. Okay, you're saying try to move it. The question is, though, is that what I want to do? You're saying it's okay to move a copied value. And is the U size going to be copied, I guess? That's the question. I don't understand why I can't just clone it. All right, so how do I use the move keyword? Just move like this. Let's see. How do I use move in Rust? Put move before the lambda. Oh, okay. So is that dangerous that I did that? Like, is that a dangerous thing to do in Rust? Move converts any variables captured by reference or mutable reference to variables captured by value. Well, that was kind of dumb that I brought that in, huh? I probably don't even need to implement that, do I? All right, and then let's do the close now. The whole point of that was so that I can make close simpler. So close is going to get not the ID, but an index. And so this is now going to be our index to close, not our ID to close, which means whatever we'll get the state files dot remove, and we will remove the ID X to close. What? Removes and returns the element at position index within the vector, shifting all elements after it to the left. Because this shifts over the remaining elements, it has a worst case performance of O(n). If you don't need the order of the elements to be preserved, and use swap remove instead. If you'd like to remove elements from the beginning of the vector, consider using I think I do need the order to be preserved, right? But why is it? I don't understand why it's complaining. Oh, because it's implicitly trying to return that. Sorry. It's like, why is that complaining? Because it's implicitly trying to return the result. And I guess now we'll just see if it works. I think that'll accomplish what we were after. If you remove it from the vec, the indexes of all your other tabs will be wrong. Believe me, if the compiler saw any problem with you doing that, it would tell you. It is not dangerous. The compiler will make sure I might be wrong. If you remove it from the vec, the indexes of all your other tabs will be wrong. Yeah, well, okay, let me think about this for a second. Let me try. Okay, let me try. Let's go hello world. Right? We add another tab. Whoops. We add another tab. Now, if I close this guy, oh, this is the logic I forgot to implement. So basically, if we are currently what am I trying to say? So if we're currently on the tab that we're closing, meaning the tab we are closing is the currently focused tab, we should just move the focus to the tab next to it. Yeah. So basically it's like if I close this tab, everything shifts. Okay, so if current index is 2, right? Current index is 1. Sorry, current 0 1. Current index is 1. When I close it, current index is still 1, but now it's looking at a different file. Now, what if I close this? So this index is no longer going to matter. So if I close this, then it just goes to the last index. So that's the real, I think that's the only special case I have to handle, right? Is if I close the last tab, then I have to reset the current index. Right? I don't know. I think I need more coffee. But basically, I think there's some case in here where the current file index can become an invalid index. Let's see what happens in my. Let's just see what happens in my application. Let's see if I can crash my. I know there's some edge case here, but I'm having a hard time thinking what it should be. So hello. And then we'll do close this guy. Yeah. So index out of bounds. If length is 3, but the index is 3. So this is where if I close the last tab, I need to reset the focus to the last tab. Right? Always wasted. What are you coding? We're working on a little Notepad application in Rust. I was assuming the tabs track their own index, but I don't think they do. I might be wrong. So that's how it was originally implemented, but now I'm not having the tabs track their own index because I thought it would be too messy to keep the things in sync. So now I'm just using a list. Or a vector, sorry. I'm trying to use good Rust parlance. All right, all I can think about is more coffee. So, because my focus has waned and it is also 8:30, I'm going to go upstairs and get more coffee and say good morning to my family. So, chat, is there anything you guys want to talk about before we pop smoke and run? To do handle this edge case. Well, I guess I also can commit this stuff. Is this a desktop application? Rock and Brain, it is. Yeah, we're using Iced. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but yeah, we're gonna try to build a desktop app. We're using this library, Iced.rs. So far, it's been pretty good. I'm brand new to Rust, Rock and Brain, so I don't really know much about the Rust GUI desktop ecosystem. I just did a quick Google search and I found this, Tori, and eGUI. And I didn't want to use Tori because I don't want to use any web tech. I just want to use Rust. And Iced seemed like it was maybe a little bit more interesting than eGUI. So this is what we went with. Can I get your Discord link real quick? Oh yeah, you can just type !Discord in the chat and my bot will respond to you. It's really easy to remember though. It's just discord.stephenfreeborn.com. What do you think about the name Stovepad++ for the app? That's not a bad name. I named it Zoae, which is like the name for a baby crab. I thought that was appropriate. All right, guys. Well, this was a fun stream. I had a good time. Thank you all for hanging out. Allie and the AI and me, or Allie the AI and me, got into a little bit of a shouting match, but it was all good. We're all straight now. Other than that drama, it was a pretty good stream. Shouting match, yeah. I told her she was full of shit. Bye-bye. Thanks for the stream. Appreciate you. Oh, of course, Dylan. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks for chilling with me. Appreciate it. All right, normal rundown here. So if you're new here and you want to hang out outside of the stream, the best place to find us is in Discord. The link is in the chat. And then if you want to come back and hang out on future streams, I'm pretty regular with my schedule. I'll drop my schedule in the chat, but it's 4:15 a.m. to 7 o'clock a.m. Central Standard Time. That's the best place and time to catch me live. Good stream. See you tomorrow. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that, man. So if you're here, come hang out. If not, no worries. Appreciate you guys being here when you can. And if you're not, no big deal. I get it. Everyone has lives. All right, guys. Bye, user. You take care, too. Bye, Bob. Bye, Rockin' Brain. Bye, Dylan. Bye, Winterwind. Who else is here? Bye, Labibel. See you, man. Bye, Always Wasted. Mr. E. With his raps. Yeah, I think that's everybody. All right, guys. Bye, y'all. Neon ID, see you. See you, Twitch. I know Twitch has been pretty quiet lately, but see you guys. Y'all have a good day. Bye. Bye, chat. Bye. See you guys. I'll be back in the next live. Come hang out, man. Yeah, we'll be here. I'm also studying Rust. Yeah, come hang out, man. I probably don't have much to teach, but I'm happy to hang out and write some Rust with you. You write your Rust, I'll write my Rust, and we can talk about our Rust pain points together. All right. Bye, chat. Bye. See you guys.